you talk for a sec? Thanks. Just say hi.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. Welcome back here to the
Okay, we're
Arrows Week
streaming.
3.
We are streaming live right now, just so you know. How we doing, everybody? Welcome to the Classics. My name's 𝐓𝐡𝐞 𝐂𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬 and with me, 𝐓𝐡𝐞 𝐂𝐥𝐚𝐬𝐬𝐢. How you doing, brother?
Hell, I'm really excited, really looking forward to this game. I've been on nothing but Zoom calls all week, but this was the video chat I was waiting for. It's the Arrows Classics, and we're going to a game from earlier this year against Rugby ATL.
How you like this thing?
What is this intro about? Is this an official Major League Rugby introduction?
No, let me just get you straight. Nothing I'm doing is sanctioned by MLR here. Comes with Phil Webb's okay, Elliot. Let's see how we go. This is, just wanted to match up two beautiful worlds here. A little bit of welcome to Atlanta. Jermaine Dupri, Ludacris, and a little bit of some highlights, some drone footage in the background. I mean, I don't know where this is going to go. I could win an Oscar next year. This is some high quality stuff. Now, the real key here, ladies and gentlemen, today is what we're talking about. We want to get you involved in the chat. You'll notice we've got a nice little chat screen down the bottom there. We can fit in one message at a time. It's about as good as I can do at this point. So get in there. We want your messages, we want your questions. And Scott, maybe you could lead us in the introduction of our first guest who we've got in today, who's first up with our first half here in this Rugby ATL match.
What we do, Elliot, we have a very special guest today. He is a Arrows beat writer. He has his own website called Layman Sports. He goes by the name of Derek Brissett. He's one of the biggest Arrows fans. We want to get his insight into this game from earlier this year against Rugby ATL.
Many of you might know Derek Brissett. He's been writing for Layman Sport, creator of laymansports.com. So check that out. He is their MLR guy. He's got the inside word. He's been one of those guys who's been following the Arrows since the very beginning. And we're just going to bring him across any minute now. Take my track beat out of here and get these levels right as the show is ready to shine. Thank you, everybody, for joining us on Facebook and YouTube. You can actually join us in the conversation on YouTube. So jump into the chat there and, with all things technical being right, your name will pop up there on the screen as you do. It is my pleasure now to introduce
starting lineup, Ross,
Derek Brissett. Derek, thanks very much for joining us.
We have a bunch of changes in back.
Yeah, yes, thanks for having me. Happy to be here. I've enjoyed the first two episodes, so excited to be a part of the third one.
Derek, tell us a little bit about your memories from this game, the Arrows versus Rugby ATL in 2020.
Yeah, so the Arrows obviously got off to a very strong start of the season. They were 3-0 coming into this game, putting them at the tops of the Eastern Conference. But their three games were against the Austin Gilgronis, Houston SaberCats, and Seattle Seawolves. So it's kind of interesting that this is their first match that's actually against an Eastern Conference opponent. And so it was very interesting to see how they would handle a team that's actually in their own division for the first time this year. And because it's Atlanta as well, Atlanta is obviously one of the three new expansion teams that entered Major League Rugby in 2020. So there really wasn't a whole lot to go off of for how the Atlanta team is performing. They themselves are 2-1 coming into this game. They won their first two games of the year and then lost to New York in the previous week.
Now, Elliot, you went to this game in Atlanta, is that correct?
That's right, Scotty. I was lucky enough to go and check out this game. My plan was, as the company responsible for boosting game time experiences down there this year, was really going to get involved in the whole before the game and during the half times and really pump up the atmosphere. I really wanted to see what are other teams doing. So had the really great opportunity, thanks to the team, to come down and see this Atlanta match. It was a very short trip. It was literally 24 hours in Marietta, Georgia, and had a wonderful time down there. Grassroots, like what a great stadium this is. It's outside in the Life University. You come in, it's almost secluded, covered by a forest. Absolutely beautiful spot to watch a game, and most importantly, lots of great local beer on tap, ready to go.
And if there's any Rugby ATL fans out there watching us, joining us as we relive this game, please send us your questions on YouTube. We'd love to hear from you. Derek, from what we've heard, that Rugby ATL has been a really great introduction to MLR.
Over the back foot there.
Yeah, they've actually kind of taken a similar-ish route to how the Arrows built their team initially. They hired Scott Lawrence to be their head coach, so it was a local Atlanta guy. who coached Life University for a bit, I believe. And they brought in a bunch of players that have either previously played for Life or other teams from around the Atlanta area. And then they kind of just filled all the gaps with international reinforcements. And it's sort of seemed to have worked out pretty well for them to start their season. Obviously, like I said, they're 2-1 coming into this game. They were looking like one of the better teams in the East. They have on their team, they have two players that would be of interest to the Canadian fans. Obviously, their captain is Matt Heaton, who is part of the Canadian national team at the Rugby World Cup. So he's wearing the number 7 jersey as their outside or their open side flanker. And Connor Keys, who is coming off the bench, he was also part of the Canadian World Cup squad. Other key players for Atlanta, they have a lot of South Africans on this team. So there's Johan Momsen, Kurt Coleman, and Stefan Willemse all have come over from the Currie Cup at some point. Kurt Coleman and Willemse also have Super Rugby experience. So many people, including myself, kind of consider it to be one of the best leagues in the world. So anytime you get players that have come over from that level of competition, it kind of boosts the level of competition that your team is able to put out. And then obviously Coleman as well. He is a fly half, so he's going up head-to-head with Taylor Adams in this game as the Toronto fly half. And Adams also, earlier in his career, he played in New Zealand for a bit, was a under-20 All Black, came over to Australia, played in the Shoot Shield competition, and excelled there and got a crack with the Melbourne Rebels of Super Rugby as well, although his tenure was a lot shorter than what Coleman's is. But it's going to become a big part of this game as we're watching two of the best defenses in MLR go head-to-head. So the fly halves, their ability to kind of control the territory is going to be a crucial element. And to be able to see two guys that have played in Super Rugby be able to battle head-to-head in MLR should be a lot of fun.
Derek, you've already spoken great rugby talk for the first 2 minutes that's blown me and Scott's performance over the last couple of weeks. Totally out of the water.
Sure,
Thank you
I can
for
tone it
joining us.
down, yes. I can tone it down a little bit if you wish.
No, you're just making us look good, mate. Thank you so much. No, great to have your insight. We'd like to thank our fans who are tuning in online. Karen, Abby, thank you very much for joining us. Make sure you send your questions through. We love to hear from the fans. That's what this is all about. We hope everyone's having a username Steve's, like classic. Love you, mate. Thanks for joining the show. We want to connect with everyone. That's what this is all about. Lockdown. It's a pretty grey day here in Toronto. You wouldn't know that because I got broadcast lights right on my face. So does Scott. Here we go. First kick of the game. Is he going to make it, boys? Sam Malcolm. Scott, have we seen him miss?
We have not seen him miss in the 2 weeks of classic matches that we've covered so far. So I'm not expecting Mr. Malcolm to miss this kick. I can't actually remember what happens here, but let's watch.
Line drive off the post.
Oh, he's actually missed one.
Yeah.
He is human.
Yeah, usually you have a better chance of betting that the sun will rise in the west than Sam Malcolm missing a kick. But unfortunately, that's one of his 2 misses all season this year. The only other one came in the season opener against Austin. He finished the season with 92% accuracy, which was the highest in Major League Rugby of any kicker that had more than 20 attempts. There's a couple guys ahead of him, like Scott Dean on Seattle, but when you're 3 for 3, it doesn't look as good.
This is a real shame because had he kicked that, I was gonna have him on the show next week. So Sam, you basically duffed it. No, what a machine he is with the boot there. We will tune in to Sam. We're gonna get him from New Zealand. We're gonna go all the way. They're almost out of lockdown in New Zealand. He'll be happy to jump on the show and talk some footy. I'm gonna, this Rugby ATL experience, I'm gonna tell you, was really fun. This is some grassroots organisation. Obviously, only a few games into their season at this point. The day we went down and watched this one was the Olympic trials. Scott, you were the one who let me know this was actually happening.
It was the Olympic marathon trials, I believe, and knowing you, Elliot, I didn't think you'd be running 42 kilometres, but did you get involved in that at all?
Well, if you consider running to my plane training. I was training for it. It was pretty busy day. So the ATL fans were saying if the marathon wasn't on, like there'd be more people here. But there was lots of people. You can't see them around the other side. They've got a great little section there of there was a New Zealand pies section. A guy just flogging out great pies the whole time. Great beer, great merch. It was really great. All down the side that you can't see. You will see me. I'm up there. You see right in the middle there. I'm talking to the guy in the white shirt at the top of the steps. His name is James. He was a custodian who came down from Buffalo to see his daughter's boyfriend, who is the substitute hooker for Rugby ATL play, and he was down for a course in Atlanta and thought he would put the two together. So I had a really great time having a chat to him and getting to know the rest of the team down there. But coming back to the match, Taylor booting it into the bushes. Who are the players to look out, Derek, on this Rugby ATL team?
Yeah, so Rugby ATL has a lot of great players. I already kind of mentioned Kurt Coleman and what makes him a special player. You have Johan Mommsen and Stefan Willemse, who are both on loan from the Grikas in the Super Rugby, or sorry, not the Super Rugby, the Currie Cup competition in South Africa. So their highest domestic level of competition. So they bring kind of an extra level of skill set and everything to the Rugby ATL. Marno Reddingling-Huis. Sorry, I knew I was going to butcher that name before I started it, and then I kind of did it.
Sorry, butchering names is pretty much my thing, Derek. But
exactly. So I don't want to steal your thunder. I don't want to steal that. So Reddingling-Huis, he's also from South Africa. He has some Super Rugby experience as well. So they have between their second row and their back row with guys like Matt Heaton, Ross Deacon, they have their pack is really strong. And it's part of the reason why they have one of the best defenses in the league, the second ranked defense behind the Toronto Arrows. So guys like Heaton and Mommsen constantly finding themselves at the top of a lot of the individual defensive categories. Same with Rumball and Della Vega for the Arrows as well. And in the backs for Atlanta, they again, Coleman, Harley Davidson, who came over from the Raptors last year.
I'm gonna hold you right there. Harley Davidson.
Yes, his name is Harley Davidson. His name is Harley Davidson, yes.
On the other wing is Harley Wheeler.
Yes. Which is the greatest wing combination names in the history of rugby, probably.
The Harleys. Now, is this a missed sponsorship opportunity, you'd say, Derek, here, for the Harley Davidson company to really get behind Rugby ATL?
Yeah, I think that would be great, man. I mean, we should encourage the Rugby ATL sponsorship people to come on here. And if they haven't jumped on that, I don't know how they haven't. That would be cool. That'd be a cool kit sponsor, because then Harley Davidson could run around with his name on the front of the jersey. So that would be a very unique element, I think. They could definitely do that.
I was lucky enough to speak to Blake Bradford, the forwards and defence coach from Rugby ATL. Great people down there, and we were having a chat about, obviously, the players, and I said, look, who are your standout players for the year? And it's one of those guys that you mentioned, Johan Mommsen, who was putting in a massive shift week after week in the engine room, as they call it. Again, he says he's a bit biased as the forward coach, but Johan was impressive in defence. He was racking up carry meters all over the place and winning the ball in lineouts, and he said it's no surprise to him that he was named in the team of the week twice in the first two games.
Yeah, no, it's not much of a surprise to me either. He's probably been one of the MLR's best players through the shortened season that they had. Even so much so that there's been some rumors trickling around that Super Rugby teams might be interested in his services next year. So who knows if he actually ends up coming back. But yeah, in this game, it's the same thing. Just you can really get to see his skill set. You can even kind of see it there, like his ability in the line out, kind of disrupting what the Arrows wanted to do. So it's, he does that quite frequently throughout the game. He makes it really tough for teams to execute on their line out just because of his ability to get in the air and time his jump really well. And even furthermore, like you said, like the coach said, the tackling, the carrying meters, he's one of those guys that's just capable of doing everything for the team.
Derek, we're getting some early comments on the YouTube comments. Thanks all the fans for your questions. Karen Gasparino says, love Derek, total rugby brain. And we're very clearly seeing that right now. So we've also got a hello from Abby Rusian, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Stu Bill Hardy says, Derek, what's been the best Arrows game you've seen live?
The best game I've seen live. First of all, I just want to say that play from Ben Lesage is amazing. The chop tackle from Detroit, and then just being able to just go high after Detroit goes low and just rip the ball clean is pretty unreal, and not a whole lot of guys are able to do that on the fly. But to answer Stu's question, I would say the best game that I've seen live, I would probably give it to the one against New York last year. Sam Malcolm's drop goal to essentially send the Toronto Arrows to the playoffs was incredibly exciting. It's always exciting when you have to kind of come back and overcome a bit of a deficit. And to be able to kind of do that in that fashion, I think the game itself was really exciting the whole way through. And then the final build-up it was just so tense. And then watching the Toronto Arrows slowly kind of try to set up that drop goal, which was, if I remember correctly what Dan Moore said, they only started doing that in practice like 2 weeks before that game. So it was a brand new tactic and a brand new play that they were introducing. I think it might have been Malcolm's only drop goal attempt of the year too. And he slotted it, and the Arrows went to the playoffs.
Jay Logan says there that he remembers, or he or she remembers that drop goal very well. Clearly a very monumentous moment for poor use of the English language.
I would definitely say it certainly ranks up there. I think the other the other real monumental moments for Arrows history, things like, the first game, Moonlight score in the first try, and then obviously the home opener, things like that come through. But I feel like that was the best individual in-game moment of the season.
Derek, why don't you talk us through this next phase of play here? So I think the Arrows have a scrum just inside their half of their defending. So maybe just let's watch this play for the next minute or so, and you can talk us through some of your analysis of this.
Yeah, so after Lesage stripped the ball there, Ferguson tried to make a play, and one of the Rugby ATL players ended up knocking the ball on. So you end up with the scrum towards the Toronto Arrows, and so basically what happens there is this is going to be a scrum penalty to the Arrows. Essentially, the Rugby ATL flankers, so the guys on the back row that are kind of on the outside, they detached from the scrum too early and went to go and try to steal the ball, whereas they're supposed to wait till one of the Arrows players actually plays the ball. So I believe it was Reddingling, who's going to pop up constantly, just so I struggle saying his name the entire game. He was the one that ended up breaking off. So now they continued the play. They were able to, with an excellently placed kick, trap Atlanta and force the Atlanta player to go into touch, which gives them a nice attacking line out here. And the key thing with this play, as it comes off pretty clean, is Leandro Livas in the 11 jersey just kind of cruising at the back is the main guy to watch here. He's just sort of off the screen a little bit right now, but just kind of stalks the play until he finds a hole that's opened up by a great inside ball from Ben Lesage. The filthy stiff arm on Duncan Van Schalkwijk as well, which probably didn't feel too good to him. But it's another highlight reel try. Inside your amazing, ludicrous Atlanta Flames intro video, you showed Leo's other try where he runs over Marcelo Torrealba, which is kind of a thing that he's sort of become known for. He's got a couple of if not the biggest tries for the Toronto Arrows. He's got a couple of the nicest ones, and this is just a really well executed play as off the line out, he comes all the way across the pitch, and Lesage just a perfect inside ball for him.
Now we hear that rugby's a game of respect, but that stiff arm didn't seem very respectful on the scrum half for Rugby ATL. That was pretty epic.
I want to get the fans out there on YouTube chat to now give that stiff arm a name. All right, what is that move called?
Yeah, I think
huge.
the most of the respect and everything in rugby is dealt for like when you have beers after the game. During the game, you do things like stiff arm grown men in the face, and it's brilliant.
I've done that running at the bar at last call. I mean, but nobody filmed it and put on telly. Let's see.
I mean, if somebody did though, it would probably be pretty great.
I'd mash that up with another dirty South artist as
Malcolm
puts it between the sticks. Very
He's
vocal
back on
crowd
track.
there. He's back on track. All right, Sam, you're back in this show. We'll get you in next week.
Thanks to all our fans that are sending us questions on YouTube. Just to highlight a couple of those comments. Hang on a sec. There's two. Who is this in the crowd, Elliot? You were at the game. What's going on here? We've got Spider-Man and Batman here.
Yeah, that's 𝐓𝐡𝐞. It's Andre 3000 and Big Boy came down. No, couple of the players on the bench got really involved on Superhero Sunday, which was this day. It was awesome. It was great, and you would have seen Olivia White there, who was running the half times, and it was a fun atmosphere. Really was.
And what did you go as, Elliot? Who was your superhero costume that you wore that day?
Hungover Aussie.
Hungover Aussie man.
Hungover Aussie man.
What superpowers would that entail?
Finding water. Finding cups of water.
Back to our fans, as I was sorry, I just got distracted by those two superheroes there in the crowd. We had thanks for all your questions, fans. We have Barbara Rhodes here that says, from Colorado to the USA, loved your arrows in Las Vegas. So thank you for that, Barbara. Jay Logan says, welcome, Barbara.
I hope Barbara's probably a convert Arrows fan now, I hope. Now that the Raptors aren't with us any longer, Derek.
Yeah, the Raptors have announced that they are withdrawing from Major League Rugby. There has been some interesting interviews that they have put out in the time since then, which leaves a lot of people to just kind of draw their own conclusions. But yeah, it's a very unfortunate situation for the fans of that team. And, you know, maybe people like Barbara will jump on the Arrows bandwagon now that the hometown team is withdrawn from the league.
I mean, we share a lot of things in common. It's cold. We have legal marijuana. And we love rugby. So, you know, those two. Oh, she's definitely an Arrows fan. There we go. We got Barbara on team.
There we go. The conversion is happening.
I hope Bill Webb is watching this right now as another season ticket holder for you, Bill. You're welcome.
And username Steve's there has come up with a great name for Leandro's stiff arm. Has called it the Stiff Arm Charm.
Oh, I like that.
That could catch on for sure.
Now, Derek,
Barbara saying that she saw the Arrows play the Raptors game. Hopefully, she's talking about the one that happened in Toronto and not the other two that they have played against each other. Since she's clearly now an Arrows fan, and the other two wouldn't excite her anymore.
Derek, was one of those games the snow game?
Yeah, the first time they played in when they were called the Glendale Raptors at the time was in Glendale, and it snowed a ton. The game, the day before the game or the day of the game, and they ended up playing in what looked like a good, like, I don't know, it probably looked like a good just under like a foot of snow or so, but I'm sure it wasn't actually that bad, but it was definitely snowing pretty hard, and that is the only game that the Arrows have ever been shut out in as well. So didn't end up being that great of a trip last year.
We might gloss over that one then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it didn't happen. Yeah, that's probably not a game that we're going to do for a future Classics episode.
All right, folks. Is he going to kick this one? I want to see our fans on YouTube starting to light up. Is he going to kick this one? This player's name escapes me. It's here somewhere.
Kurt Coleman.
Coleman.
And if you want clues, you may be able to look online.
5 or 6 on his penalties this year.
Doesn't appear to be too much of a breeze.
No, there was no breeze. I'll tell you that right now.
This one up. And right down the middle, 3 on the board.
The hometown commentator is just prepping the excuse if he does miss it, though. So you gotta respect their ability to do that. Even the scoreboard guys were like, we're gonna toss 30 up on this board for a second, even though kicks are only worth 3 points. But
Now,
I don't
Derek,
I don't even know if you guys noticed that. I just noticed that for the first time watching the game here.
Derek, that's why you're the expert. That's why we've got you on. And we're so impressed with all this rugby knowledge that you have. Why don't you just tell the viewers and the fans, for those who don't know, how did you first get into rugby?
Yeah, so I started playing rugby when I was in high school. So I went to Cardinal 𝐂𝐥𝐬𝐬 in Brampton, Ontario. And when I was in grade 9, one of the teachers there, Brandon 𝐓𝐡𝐞, he started a rugby team for the first time at that school when I was in grade 9. So I joined the team during that year, which was a really fun experience because there was a bunch of guys on the team that had never played rugby before. Most of us, I don't even think have ever seen a rugby game before either. When I went to the first game, when I went into like the first like practice or tryouts or whatever it was, basically all I knew of rugby was I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to throw the ball backward or throw the ball forwards, and you have to like touch the ball on the goal line in order to actually score. Which I was right on one of those and then slightly wrong on the other. But the
like you had to put the ball actually on the line.
I think, yeah, that's what I think my thought process was at the time, where it like had to land on the line exactly. Which I then realized it's much easier to run past the line and then jot it down after.
That would be a real mutation of the game if that became.
Yeah, that would make it significantly tough. Yeah. I'm happy that that's not the rule.
The forwards would definitely benefit from that rule. Here's Taylor coming up in the second half. Is he happy with this one? Yep, he looks happy. Yeah, Taylor's coming in the second half. Get your questions ready. And don't forget, right after halftime, we got Pete Smith as well. Pete Smith is the attacks and backs coach for the Arrows. He's going to come in, answer your questions, and talk to us about what happened at halftime in this match.
Should ask him about the play design on that latest try as well.
So back to your story, Derek. You were just telling us how you got into rugby and you played at high school.
Yeah, so I started playing in high school. It was a lot of fun. We actually won our first game that we ever played, and then it gave us just way too much high hopes for the rest of the season, and we ended up losing the rest of the games in that season. But the fact that we won the first game with a bunch of guys that really have never played rugby before and never even really seen it, I do remember, like, while we were doing tryouts and stuff, like one of our practices was eventually just our coach was just like, I'm trying to explain this stuff to you. So we actually just sat down and watched like an All Blacks Ireland game just for him to be like, this is what it's supposed to look like. So that was like the first like exposure to things like the haka and how great the All Blacks were too. So you get into a little bit of that like rugby culture. And then I stayed on the team for all 4 years. It was throughout high school. And it was a ton of fun doing that. And when I got to, and then for myself as well, when I got to after high school, I went to Mohawk College, and they happened to have like a staff strike, which coincided beautifully with the 2011 Rugby World Cup. So me just being away at school and then having literally nothing to do but watch the 2011 Rugby World Cup kind of solidified me becoming a major fan of the sport. And was super excited when the Toronto Arrows were announced to be joining MLR. So you finally get a pro rugby union team within my city here.
Knocked down. Heaton.
Elliot, that sounds pretty similar to your history in rugby, doesn't it?
I was just, when you mentioned school strike, like, I'm pretty sure that crippled my sports career in high school. Remember, Scott, we had all those rolling sort of blackouts. There was no extracurricular sports allowed. You know, all the really probably killed a mediocre sports career there. But I was always afraid of getting this pretty face bashed in. So, you know, I decided to become a nightclub DJ where people throw drinks at me. Yeah, oh, there I am, up the top of the stairs there, talking to the guy in the jacket. There we go.
Oh, there you go.
I should have worn a pink shirt. You would have seen me easier, like one of the refs. Oh, speaking of refs, out of nowhere. Now, yeah, make sure you keep sending us your messages and your questions up on YouTube, chat there. We've got basically one line of text running pretty smoothly at this point. As the Arrows run it wide.
The offload. A tough spot, and that did go out.
Yeah, Atlanta defense holding up strong here.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the things that you get though. Like I said, it's the top 2 defenses in the league. So both teams are struggling a little bit to get some of the offense going, which is why it's still a pretty low scoring game through the first 23 minutes here.
And tell us, Derek, about the Arrows forwards that were playing in this first half, because it's a little bit of a different pack to what we saw in some of the previous games that we've covered so far in the Classics.
Yeah, there's obviously a couple of guys that are different. Colby Francis is starting in place of Mike Shepard, who was suspended following the game against Houston. And then you have Stephen Ng at hooker, as well as Peter Milazzo at the open side flanker position. So essentially, for the reasoning for Ng and Milazzo starts was to borrow a term from Kawhi Leonard in the Toronto Raptors championship run last year, is that the Arrows were exercising a little bit of load management. So this game was a Sunday afternoon, and they had to play Colorado on the Friday night following this week. So they didn't even have time to really come home to Toronto. They were flying straight from Atlanta to Colorado. I think they stayed an extra day in Atlanta. The players can correct me if I'm wrong.
No, they did.
Yeah, they stayed an extra day. Perfect. So they ended up staying there. So essentially, Rumball and Quattrin are 2 of the better Toronto Arrows players. They're both, members of the Canadian national team. They were at the Rugby World Cup. Lucas Rumball, for my money, is probably one of the best flankers in Major League Rugby. So good sometimes that you kind of would like to maybe see him at a higher. If he can get a shot in Europe or something, that would be cool for his development, because he certainly is one of the more elite players in this league. And I think as well with, he's also one of the best players in Canada right now, especially with guys like Tyler Ardron and Evan Olmstead. They're playing overseas, so he's probably one of the best players, one of the best Canadian players that actually plays within the domestic competition as well. And so that's obviously a big loss, or not really a loss for the Toronto Arrows, but that's a guy that you want to keep healthy. And he injured his knee last season, so exercising a little bit of that load management practice is something that you certainly want to be doing. Same with Quattrin. You want to kind of make sure that you're not overworking a lot of guys, especially when it is a tight schedule. Obviously, when they played Colorado the week after, there was more lineup changes, so guys that started in this game didn't necessarily start in the game against Colorado. And for Stephen Ng, I believe he played every game of the MLR season in 2019. And Peter Milazzo played nearly every minute of the season in 2019. He ended up being the victim of a little bit of load management when the Arrows had to play 3 games in 8 days after the Austin game got rescheduled. If not, he probably would have played every minute of the game of the season last year. So obviously they're 2 high quality players that you don't feel like you're necessarily risking anything by putting them in the lineup, taking out the guys that are the usual starters. The Toronto Arrows are one of the deepest teams in Major League Rugby, if not the deepest team. And having guys like Milazzo, who was, I believe, second in the league in line-out steals last year, despite only being 6'1", which is pretty remarkable. So when you have those kind of guys that are coming off your bench on a regular basis, if you got to give the starters a little bit of a rest, they're certainly quality players that could probably be starting on most of the other teams in Major League Rugby.
Line-out coming up for Rugby ATL. We mentioned the kicking game, Ross, and that's something Silverthorne.
Now, what's your analysis of this game at this point, Derek? I think we're about 27 minutes into the first half.
Yeah, so I would say at this point, there is a lot of territorial battle happening. Taylor Adams, Kirk Coleman have already gotten into a couple of little kicking duels in order to help either side gain territory. The set piece for the Toronto Arrows has been a major factor. They have one of the best scrums in the league. And it's showing a bit in the first half here. They obviously had a scrum penalty that set up the line out to give them their initial try. And it's been holding pretty well, and it's holding well with guys like Quattrin and Rumball still sitting on the bench, as well as Rob Brower, who's going to be when we get to the second half. He was an all MLR loosehead prop last year, so a member of the All-Star team. And he hasn't played a game so far this season, but he's going to be coming off the bench in the second half. So the the Arrows scrum is already looks like they have the upper hand, and they have all their big guns coming on in the second half too, so that should bode pretty well for them. Both teams' defenses are holding pretty strong, though. The Arrows and Rugby ATL, like I said, they both find themselves at the top of nearly every defensive category in the league, whether it's the team categories or just the individual players. And you can kind of see it happening throughout this game that both teams, like other than like the kick attacks or penalties, have become the thing that really gives them the advantage. Obviously, the Atlanta's 3 points are off an Arrows penalty, and the Arrows try was somewhat set up by a great scrum, but also forcing Rugby ATL to take a penalty in that scrum too.
In the last match,
we got a question for you, Derek, and thank you to Genevieve for this question. Derek, what can Arrows fans do during this time to stay connected to rugby? Obviously, besides tuning in here every Saturday at 4 o'clock.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks for watching, and thanks for the question. I think there's obviously a lot that the Arrows fans can do. Like you said, watch this. Chris Dodd hosted a little pre-game beer garden thing before this game, so that was at 3 o'clock. I hope they've been a lot of fun. Mark Winokur was there to answer some questions for fans earlier today. So look for Chris Dodd on Twitter. And
maybe Chris, we know you're watching. Maybe you can jump in the chat and let us know how people can join that meeting. We've heard a lot about this sort of pre-game, a couple of beers, having a chat. Winokur was in there. Derek, you had a chat, and lots of fans sort of together every. So that we'll do more to promote that. It's about 3 o'clock before the show begins, which is obviously a great way to connect, and obviously maybe the news has slowed down a little bit, Derek, but this is a great opportunity to look back on the season so far. Where do you think we were heading at this point in the season? Where we were after 5 games. Where do you think the Arrows were going this season? All the way?
Yeah, I think all signs from the start of this season were basically pointing to a Toronto-San Diego final. San Diego obviously was absolutely running over teams. They have an incredibly talented back line too, as well as their pack. It's really tough to find a hole within that club. They obviously also have Ma Nanu on their team, so the legendary All Black center, which just, he was torching teams earlier this year as well. And then the Arrows, even though, like I said, the schedule worked out kind of weird that we didn't really get to see the Arrows play a whole lot of the other Eastern Conference teams. But with the way they played, there's no reason to believe that they couldn't win the Eastern Conference. And it's pretty clear. To me, it was pretty clear that it was going to come down to San Diego and Toronto. And, if I had to make a bet on with the way the season played out, I would say that would be the final. And when you get to the final, anything can happen. San Diego has never beaten Toronto. It's the only team in MLR that they don't have a win over, with the exception of I don't think they played the new expansion teams yet this year. But other than that, Toronto just seems to have they had the massive comeback in their first game, and then you guys did the San Diego game last week as well. So it seems like the Arrows maybe just kind of have their number a little bit, so that could have been a very interesting final. But there's no reason to believe that the Arrows couldn't have won the MLR Shield, which I know in talking to some of the players is one of those things that is disappointing about the way that this season ended, is because they had a genuine shot at winning a championship this year.
Elliot, the commissioner of the MLR. Maybe you could just organise to, get the trophy awarded to the Arrows, at least informally, because it sounds like from what Derek was saying that we were pretty much at least guaranteed to be Eastern Conference champions. So, maybe we can just call it an Arrows championship, an interim championship for 2020. What do you think?
I think George would be right into that. He's very supportive, and we've got a great interview, part 2 of our interview with George Killebrew, the MLR commissioner, at halftime. So make sure you stick around for that. He shows a lot of love to Toronto, drops a few names, and it's really fun. Really, really cool guy. I think he'd be okay with it. Maybe I run down to the dollar store and pick up a little trophy and say, look, we were going to win anyway. Maybe just pop an asterisk next to it in the Wikipedia. But we were looking pretty good.
As long as we don't have to settle it with a video game tournament, we might be all right. Sorry, I didn't mean to be that mean to Ben Lesage and Jamie McKenzie for that, but I feel like it was maybe the joke was sitting there.
No, we've had
Ben Lesage, though, in this game, playing outstanding. I did mention that steal. He's also had a few other huge tackles in this game. So his actual on-field ability seems to be miles ahead of the video game skill.
The commissioner was very, very impressed with Ben's interview that he gave on Twitter after his virtual match, where he said he had to put his fingers into bowls of ice to get ready for the next match. It didn't make this interview at halfway here, but I can definitely let you know he was super impressed by the way the players really embraced that. You know, Jamie, Ben, Arrows really got behind it.
I did love them wearing their full kit, sitting on the couch playing the game. That was an outstanding.
Man, that was a massive no-no in my house growing up. You weren't allowed to wear your kit on the couch.
Speaking of kits, we've seen a few of the Arrows strips here the last few weeks. How good does the plain blue strip look? I think that's got to be my favorite so far.
Quick offload there, it pops out.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Obviously, I like that the Toronto Arrows, when they were entering Major League Rugby, they kind of went with the classic Toronto color scheme of blue and white. And sometimes I think it's simplicity can give you that sort of classic look, just having the solid blue, the shorts that have like the nice blue stripe on the side. The whole thing head to toe looks great. Same with the white kit too. I like that they added the blue stripe going across the chest of the white kit. I thought that was it's a simple addition, but I think it makes the white kit pop a lot more.
Also looks great with Honda across the front, so we should thank our major sponsor Honda for all their support for rugby, and particular the Toronto Arrows.
Yeah, shout out to Honda, powering from behind. I got a question here on Facebook, so if you do put a question on Facebook, Brock is going to make sure we get those questions here and we can answer them. This is from New Zealand Sport Radio.
Taylor Adams' family, maybe.
Coming up to half-time, is there something tactically that a team will be trying to do? How aware of the clock will the team be? It's a great question.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the teams would have to be aware of the clock, because that the clock kind of dictates what you may try to do, especially if there is, say, like a penalty or something at a certain point of time. If you're willing to attempt to go for a try, or if you're like, there's not going to be enough time, let's just kick a penalty. So strategy definitely does kind of have that plays into it a little bit. Other than that, though, like I think, like the Arrows right now being on the defensive side of the ball, I don't think they would necessarily be changing too much beyond what they're already doing. You just maybe are mindful that you only have 4 minutes of clock to actually kill. Atlanta with the ball right now might be thinking about it a little bit more, just because they're in possession of the ball, and it's like they're the ones that at this point in time, if the clock did run out, they're the ones that would be kind of sacrificing that scoring chance. But 4 minutes in a game of rugby is still plenty of time. But obviously strategies and stuff do alter depending on the actual game situation as well. And to be honest, it's Pete Smith would probably be the ideal guy to ask that question to, if you want to know maybe how he alters his attack structure when time is actually winding down. So he's coming up, so that might be a good conversation to have with him there.
Great segue, Derek. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Now you'll be, Derek. We really appreciate you joining us during this first half, and as you mentioned, we'll be speaking to Pete and Taylor Adams in the second half. But as we're wrapping up proceedings here, why don't you tell us a little bit more about Layman Sports, your sports website?
So also that's one of those things that the decision that they're making here is obviously they think they have enough time to potentially score a try within the last minute. Obviously setting up the set piece and actually executing it is going to kill a little bit of clock. So they know that realistically Toronto probably doesn't have much of a shot of running this all the way back up the field unless a highlight reel defensive play kind of occurs. But yeah, for Layman Sports, we essentially started a sports website a couple of years ago. Myself and a lot of buddies, we all kind of met each other working at the Hockey Hall of Fame. So there's a lot of hockey coverage on there too, if you are into that. Through that, realized that a lot of us there had a huge passion for sports. So we started Layman Sports as a way to, kind of boost our resumes and, just be constantly engaged in the sports media, which is something that we all wanted to do. And for myself, when the Toronto Arrows were announced to be joining Major League Rugby, like I said, I've always been a huge rugby fan, played rugby in high school. So I kind of jumped on the opportunity to start covering a brand new team in a brand new league. And it's just Bill Webb and the Arrows organization were kind enough to invite me to their franchise launch party, met a lot of the players and their staff there. And, it's just sort of has taken off from there. Covering the 2019 season was a lot of fun. Got to attend a ton of Arrow games, met a lot of amazing fans like the Toronto Arrow Supporters Club and everybody involved in that. Got to have a lot of conversations with plenty of the players as well and get to know them. Realized that, they're all extremely great guys too. In addition to being, the Toronto Arrows and the high performance athletes that they are. So it's been a super fun experience. For me on our website, you can find all my articles under the Jet Weekly tab if you go up to the columnist. And they're pretty much all based on the Toronto Arrows and Major League Rugby as well as Rugby Canada. So if you are looking for some Arrows news, even during this time when there's not a whole lot of sports news out there, definitely click on the website. Anything that the Arrows or MLR that comes up, it'll be covered on there.
Derek, we did just gloss over a try there, albeit to the opposition.
Yeah.
Talk us through what happened there.
Yeah, so Atlanta, like you said, they got a penalty. So Coleman kicked to the corner in order to gain that field position, and he's kind of milking the clock a little bit with this conversion kick here. But essentially, they off the line out, they went to a maul from the line out. And just kind of drove. So now Lucas Rumball being on the bench, it's one of those things where he really excels at in the defensive end. We all saw that in the game against Houston this year, where despite the Arrows being down 2 men, he was able to just cut through the Houston ball like butter in order to actually steal the ball and prevent them from scoring a try. Cole Keith, who has a great game in his own right against Atlanta here, he came pretty close to getting through, but ultimately Atlanta was just able to drive the team over, and the hooker kind of just dropped down and dotted down the try at the end.
Something to keep in mind, Atlanta has not allowed a second half try this season. As Duncan Van Skolkwijk just kicks it out, and that'll take us to the half.
All right, looks like that's us at halftime. We'd love to thank Derek. Derek, thanks so much for joining us. Folks out there on YouTube are going to say the same. You've got to come back and join us. This is really, really great.
Absolutely. I'd be more than happy to do it. I can leave the Arrows here with a little bit of a commentator's curse on Atlanta by saying they have not allowed a try in the second half all season up until this point. So usually when a commentator says something that points out a great stat, like Sam Malcolm is going to make this kick and then he misses. And then, so I'm going to leave them with an Arrows positive one and saying that Rugby ATL has yet to allow a try in the second half. We'll see how that works out.
Thank you for joining us, Derek. We really appreciate it. As we head into halftime, we've got a best of the worst rugby moves coming up next, followed by a short interview with the Commissioner, George Killebrew. Join us back shortly. And once again, thank you, Derek.
Thanks, Derek.
Thanks for having me. Hopefully we can do this again sometime.
Absolutely.
Well, they mean everything. I mean, it shows the globality of the sport. It shows expansion hopefuls down the road that, there are maybe other Canadians add to Major League Rugby. Plus, they look pretty darn good to me. I don't know a lot about it, but through 5 weeks, they were looking pretty tough. So they mean everything. I think one of the cool things about sports is to be able to go to other countries with it. And, obviously Canada and Mexico are our neighbors in the United States. And how cool would it be to have teams there? And man, Toronto is a really well-run organization. Bill Webb and Mark Winokur are pros. I talked to Bill quite a bit. He's the chair of our finance committee. And I just really enjoy it. First of all, they're really nice guys and they have a nice Canadian way about them. And normally when you're the commissioner of something, most people aren't as nice to you. Both those gentlemen are very nice to me, and they still throw, tough questions at me, but I really enjoy our association with the Toronto Arrows, and I look forward to having other teams in Canada eventually. Of course. I've been to Toronto many times in my NBA days. Was up there for the NBA All-Star game that Toronto hosted a few years ago. I'll be honest with you, it was the coldest I've ever been in my life. In fact, I screenshotted on my phone. It was -15 at one point. So I'm not sure we got to really maximize, the tourism side of Toronto, but yes, would love to. It's a beautiful part of the world. There were so many positive indications in the first 5 weeks across our league on attendance. We have 3 expansion teams, Old Glory, in Washington, D.C., Rugby ATL in Atlanta, and the New England Free Jacks. And all of them played to sellout crowds. Now, the Free Jacks didn't get a game in, but they had sold all their tickets for their inaugural game. And then some of our original teams, like in New Orleans and in Houston, attendances were way up over last year. So I was really excited that I really think that we're taking that next step where fans are really starting to embrace us. And then to get cut off in week 5, was really disappointing. So, we're 300 days away from live matches again in February of 2021. And hopefully our teams use this 300 days really wisely and really get great at the blocking and tackling of sports, which is off the pitch. It's selling tickets and all the things we mentioned. And hopefully we emerge even stronger next February. What I really enjoyed, we were in Vegas, for the opening of the season. We took a lot of our cold weather teams and we played in Las Vegas. So I got to meet a lot of the players there, and they're really an impressive group. First of all, just the fact that they're from everywhere. I did an interview at the same time with an English player, an Irish player, a French player, and a U.S. player, and myself. And they're all very well spoken, and we just had a lot of fun. So I'm really looking forward to more of that in year 2, getting to know these guys. And, it's not like they're making the type of salaries that a lot of these athletes make in other sports, but all of them have the growth of rugby, at the forefront. And they know they have to do their part, to grow this league. And then down the line, hopefully they are making the amounts of money that other, professional sports players are making, and they deserve it. But they're pioneers, and they're great ambassadors for the game. And I've really enjoyed getting to know the ones that I've gotten to get to know.
And welcome back for the second half. You just heard there from MLR Commissioner George Killebrew, part 2 of a conversation I had with him a couple of weeks ago, and some lovely words about the Toronto Arrows. We are very, very excited to have joining us right now Pete Smith, the attacks and backs coach. Welcome, Pete. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me on.
And Scott, we've got you as well, I hope.
We do, and Pete, thanks for joining us. We'll try and avoid making this a bit of a Aussie love-in, but we do want to ask you about the first half of this game. You as an integral member of the coaching staff, what was the coaching staff saying to the team during halftime in this game?
Oh, well, mate, it was a bit of an interesting first half, really. We were making errors and some poor decisions, but I think the main issue was that we were just really flat. There wasn't a whole lot of energy coming from the squad, which was frustrating. We just came off the back of a really strong performance the previous week, and we were coming into what was the biggest game of the season so far. Atlanta, they were the toughest we'd come up against at this stage, and it was an in-conference game as well to make things all the more important. I think we were first in the East, and they may have been second. But from the coaching staff point of view, you could see it in the warm up. We were just a bit lethargic. We're making silly errors, and sometimes that happens. But unfortunately, that kind of just translated into the game. So our job was basically just to try to pick the boys up and get their heads in the game. Really, usually at the half, we talk tactics based on what we see, how they defend, that sort of thing, but not a lot of tactics or game plans were discussed, to be honest. It was all about getting them to fire up, really. And I don't think there was ever any panic. We were down on the scoreboard at the half, but we still felt totally in control of the game. There was always a sense of, okay, once we wake up and start playing rugby, we'll run away with this game. Our two coaches on the ground running water, I think Corey Hector and Aaron Carpenter, they did an excellent job trying to spark some life into the team. Leaders in the team, they become a lot more vocal in the second half, and our bench came on and did a fantastic job. And, luckily, spoiler alert, we came away with it. And although it wasn't our best performance, it's a good thing when you play poorly and come away with a bonus point victory. So it shows your team overall is in a pretty good spot.
Pete, the team made some pretty significant changes with personnel in the second half. Can you maybe just talk us through some of the thinking behind those changes?
Yeah, so we brought on Andrew Quatrin and Lucas Rumble. They were essentially two of the starters from the previous few weeks, but we just had such physical games, the first three games, that we thought we'd give them a bit of a break. And inject some sort of new, fresh legs into the team. But we brought them on at half time. The introduction of 𝐂𝐿, you can see it in this scrum here, really shored up a scrum. Lucas Rumble was everywhere, as he always is. Another interesting one we brought on, who was coming back from injury, was Gaston Mires. I think we brought him on at the 55th minute or thereabouts, and he made a line break with his first touch of the ball, and he's an exciting player, and he just really sparked some life in there for us.
Now, Pete, I was down there for the game. I caught up with everybody while they were in the parking lot of the hotel down the road. I was really surprised to see them all playing classic Australian handball. Whose idea is that?
I have no idea. I didn't know that was...
Richie Asada was in there for sure. I haven't seen a classic game of Aussie handball in a while, but the boys
he must have been the instigator. We actually had at training, one of our physios, Rohit, brought he went up to his parents' place and brought a cricket bat back. So we had a cricket bat there for one of the trainings as well. The more you see of handball and cricket, the happier I am. So yeah.
And meat pies got mentioned before as well. And, like I said, you know who's really jumped on the meat pie thing in North America is the Kiwis. The place, many times they sell out during these football matches. The guy who had the setup here right behind the cameras, he was sold out of pies like just after halftime.
Yeah, I remember heading down to Utah last season. They had a Kiwi living there who set up some meat pie food truck right next to the game, and I was after the game, I'll come down, but he'd sold out midway through.
Pete, you played for the Seawolves in the first year of MLR in 2018. Talk about that transition from being a player to a coach in the league.
Well, honestly, when I got into coaching, I thought it'd be much like player as a player in terms of times. Train a few hours a day, and the rest you got free time. But it's been a lot of work. There's a lot of stuff behind the scenes. Sorry, that go into it. But I've thoroughly enjoyed my time in Toronto. Everyone over here makes me feel welcome, and really enjoyed the coaching side of things. It's much like playing. You get to stay in the game without all the stress of, coaching is a little stressful, but not as much as playing, without all the stress of, playing and all of that. And you certainly don't have to put your body on the line anymore, which is fantastic for me.
Now, you had a really busy week, Pete. When we chatted earlier this week, you were really into the 2021 season. Is there anything you can give us about the planning that went into this week?
Not particularly. It's just we've got a bunch of time now to sort of review what we did last season, albeit there was only sort of 5 games played or 5 games that we played. But kind of review everything that we did, everything about our organisation, and pick up on any sort of key bits that we need to get better on. We've got a bunch of time now to review each of the individual players. So you'll go through all the games, watching, one particular guy to see where kind of his strengths and weaknesses are. As we go through the season, we don't really have that much time. We're looking at sort of how we play as a team, how the opposition play and all of that. But now is a really good chance to sort of review us, have a look at us, and have a look at, what we need to bring in next year to make us that little bit better.
And
Pete, sorry, El.
No,
I was just saying the Toronto Arrows official account, first time we've done that today, is asking Pete, could you still suit up if the team was in a pinch?
Well, last season we actually had the ARC, and we had half our team out in the ARC, and we were down to, I think we selected everyone that was available for one of those games, and kind of told Mark, hey, if you need me, put me on. But he wanted nothing of it. So that's a question for him.
Now, we've given out players one-day contracts before in the past. What palms do I have to grease to get myself a number?
I don't know. Mark's your man.
All right, Mark. I'll send you a text. Look, I'd like to say thanks very much, Pete, for joining us to give us some insight. Really great to chat. Hope we can count on chatting to you again in the future. Really appreciate you coming on today.
Of course, guys. Thanks for having me, and I'll catch you guys later. You'll enjoy Taylor Adams. He's a good one.
All right. Thank you very much, Pete.
Also coming on.
Time buddy off the bench.
Okay, now I'm just going to give Taylor a call while Scott tells us about where we are in this half, 11-7.
Started 2 matches this year. This is 4th appearance overall. Ray refreshed by Nestle Waters keeps the Rugby ATL team hydrated all day long. They also help to keep the players cool while in the sim bin. All Rugby ATL fans can use the promo code in the Game Day magazine and follow the 3 easy steps to get crisp, refreshing water for your home. Head to readyrefresh.com. Toronto enjoying a bit of possession here. They are down by 4, though.
2020, so a pretty cool link there from a former fly half to our next fly half, who hopefully is joining us right now.
Here we are. Taylor, welcome.
What's up, guys? How are we?
Good, mate. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. How are we?
We're doing all right. Scott, we keep talking over each other. Must be second half jitters or something. But yeah, technically things are going pretty well. We want to send out a thank you to everyone who's been sending in questions. You've now got the man, the myth, the legend, Taylor, Abby Russian or Brushan, or I'm just going to murder the names left, right, and center anyway. Says hello there, Taylor. Taylor, you hopefully got some friends and family tuning in from across the world right now.
Yeah, I think they probably will. I know Dad will probably be watching. He doesn't miss too much when it comes to the rugby, so he'll probably be over there watching somewhere.
Taylor, talk to us about your memories from this game against Atlanta.
Like from what I remember, especially in the second half, it wasn't like too much of an exciting game, I guess. Not until really the back end of the second half for us. It was pretty back and forth with a lot of there's a lot of stoppages, a lot of lineouts, a lot of scrums, and it was hard to get some momentum. We were pretty much going back and forth and just playing in one half of the field. So it wasn't really till probably the back end of this half where we opened up and scored a couple of tries.
Get that offload away. He made the half break. It was a good tackle in the end.
Now, Taylor, tell us about your run. Tell us about your run to the Arrows. Who were the last few clubs you were? You've been in New Zealand. You've been in Australia. Run us through how you ended up working and playing with the Arrows.
Yeah, I've played a bit all over the show. So I started off in New Zealand, obviously, and then I was playing in Australia. I was playing in the club competition over there, the Shoot Shield in Sydney. And then from there, I guess Pete got on to me. He must have seen some footage of me playing, and then luckily he was just on a trip back home in Sydney, and he came out to watch. So we got to catch up, and then from there it kind of just snowballed, and it was probably within a week or 2 weeks I'd signed, and I was coming over.
Taylor, I'm going to play a little game with you here if you'll humour me. I want to read out the names of 4 cities, and then you're going to tell me your power rankings of your favourite 3 cities to live in. Are you ready?
Yeah, ready. Let's go.
Number 1, Auckland. Number 2, Melbourne. Number 3, Sydney. And number 4, Toronto.
That's tough. What are you trying to do to me here?
It's a stitch-up. It's a classic stitch-up.
Definitely number 1, Auckland. Auckland number 1. And then the others, man, they're all tied for second. I can't pick between. I can't pick between them. But definitely Auckland number 1.
That was a loaded question because I'm from Sydney and Elliot's lived a lot of his life in Melbourne, so we just wanted to see what might come out. But you did live in both those cities, correct? And you played rugby there?
Both very good places. Both very good places. A little bit different. Like Sydney, I think, is more beaches and that kind of lifestyle, and Melbourne is a bit more of a city vibe and the clubs and the cafes and bars.
I was wondering when you were going to mention the nightclubs, Taylor. I think it's the first conversation we had was when we were in Atlanta, and I think we're on the bus on the way there, and we talk about Revolver nightclub. Good old Revolver.
Seriously, I like Revs. That's a dangerous place for anyone going to Melbourne. If you head to Revs, just be ready. Like you've got to go there with the right mindset and knowing what you're getting yourself into.
Question here from one of our fans here, Taylor, from Ewan. Says, how was the transition from Shoot Shield, which is the competition in Sydney, to Major League Rugby?
Yeah, for me, like I didn't find it too much of a change. It was just probably getting back to playing rugby in general for me. Like the Shoot Shield stopped probably, like I stopped playing in July, and then so my first game of rugby was pretty much like our first game here, or like our preseason hit out. So it was just in general probably just getting back into rugby and match fitness and getting the touch and the feel for the game was the biggest thing, rather than actually transitioning from Shoot Shield to the MLR.
How have you found the standard, generally speaking, in Major League Rugby? Because clearly it's a pretty new league. It's only in its third year.
I think it's been pretty good. Like, obviously, I wasn't sure what I was expecting, and a lot of people have said things, about the rugby over this side of the world. But I think it's been a really high standard throughout the whole competition from the short season we had. I mean, probably the biggest difference, and it probably helped me and benefited me the first few games, was the stoppages. I think there's a bit more stoppages in these games, whether it's just penalties, little errors. So that's probably the main difference I've seen. But again, that probably helped me my first few games in with fitness and everything. I enjoyed those breaks.
I must ask you, Taylor, your first Canadian winter, how did you find it?
I wasn't a fan, eh?
That was Taylor.
Wasn't
that
cold.
Was nothing,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
I've been here almost 10 years. That was the easiest Toronto winter I've ever seen. Scott, you would agree. It wasn't that bad.
Everyone keeps saying that. And I don't get it, eh? Like it was still way too cold for me. But we got through it. We're nearly on the other side now.
You know what I did when I first got here in about 2011? I went to Mountain Equipment Co-op, and I bought a really, really large jacket. Now, at the time, I was living in a basement with about 6 other people, and I actually couldn't walk through the door into the basement because my jacket was too big. And this was about late September, so it takes a while to get your footing here and you get used to the winters, but good boots and a good jacket, you're okay. Just don't go too big. You got very lucky with this one, Taylor.
That was my first thing as well. Like, I didn't bring any winter boots, dress boots, nothing like that. I was all sneakers, no bringing my shoes and that. They ain't no good in the snow. I found that out ASAP.
Did you bring your longboard?
Nah,
every Kiwi has a longboard, right?
Nah, I kept that at home.
Along those lines, Taylor, we did have a question from our fans on Facebook. Karen asks, what made you decide to stay in Toronto during this pandemic?
I mean, there wasn't really anything to go back home to. In New Zealand, they were in lockdown. My family's all good. They're all healthy. They're all well. So for me, I just wanted to try and stay here for as long as I can. I'm not sure what's going to happen with rugby or with how this pandemic plays out. But I just thought it was a good opportunity for me to stay around Toronto and just hang out here. There was no need for me to really rush back home.
You could have picked anybody here, and they're just going to go back and have another scrum. ATL has to be very careful.
Talk us through your strategy at this point in the game, Taylor. It's early in the second half, and the forwards are really starting to dominate. What are you sort of trying to control as a fly half?
Putting some real pressure.
For me, it's just probably making sure that we're staying down this end of the field. Like, if you see the score here, we're still down, but it doesn't feel like we're down. I think for most of the second half, we were on top of them. We were playing in the right bits of the field. So for me, it's just about like we took a couple of scrums here. We probably could have taken some penalty shots, but we knew we had the edge and the advantage in scrum time. And if we could just hold on to the ball or get that ball, we could turn that into points. So for me, it was just making sure that I keep those forwards energetic and we stay on top of them, stay in the right bit of the field.
Trying a try line stand.
El, you learned a bit about scrums during the week, you told me.
Yeah, I was, you know what, I'm impressed by the role of hooker. Ever since having a good chat to Q there before. Man, that's a tough job. Got to put your body on the line. How many ears do they lose in those scrums, Taser?
I reckon just being a forward in general, I don't know who wants to be a forward. Like... They're interesting characters. They're different to back. Let me tell you, they're different people to backs. They're different people. I don't know who would want to go running around putting their head into rucks and doing that as the actual job, but we need them, so I'm happy that they're there.
Offside call here, though, soon. They're creeping in front of that back foot.
Let's watch this phase here.
Good work there by Monson.
They're holding in there, fighting for every centimeter. Now they pounce in, and it's try time for Toronto.
Here we go.
I think we were lucky. I think the guys out wide were pretty happy we scored that because we were screaming for the ball. We were on out wide as well. So the forwards are lucky they got that one. Otherwise, they probably would have to get a little talking to.
And what sort of things are you screaming, Taylor, if you could share it with the fans?
In situations like that, it's just our call, like our strike call or our fire call. It's just letting the halfback know or whoever knows who's at the back of the ruck that we like the opportunity's on and we just need that ball as fast as we can get it. The best way to communicate for us is short words, so the simpler it is, hot, fire, strike, the easier it is for us just to communicate, get that ball in and out.
Any Kiwi slang that you sneak in there?
Perhaps a bit of fatigue.
Honestly, there probably I can't even think of anything now. There probably is like half the time. I'll say something and the boys will ask me like I'll have to repeat myself or say it in a different way, and I just don't click. I'm not used to it. I'm used to half my team being the Island boys, and they know what I'm saying and what I'm meaning. So it was a little bit different for sure.
Speaking of some of those different cultural groups within the Arrows, we saw that Tommy De La Vega scored that try, and he's an Argentinian. Talk to us a bit about him. What's he like to play with?
De La Vega, he's a good man. Tommy, he's really good. He's just one of those guys. He's probably like the ultimate professional. He turns up. He's doing everything he can off the field to make sure when he's on the field, he's performing. And then when he's on there, you don't hear a lot from him. But he's just going to go to work and he just goes. He makes his tackles. He puts his head in those dark places, and he was really big for us in the start of the season.
How Toronto can get that quick ball.
Well, I think we had a good question from someone on YouTube along the lines of the hooker position.
Hard to get that ball back.
It was April. I thought you were going to read it for me. April Valerasso said, "Ha ha ha! I used to be a wing and now a hooker. I'll never go back to being a back." So. What do you make of that, Taylor?
I feel sorry for him. To go from wing to hooker, that's the ultimate change. Like, you're sitting out there, you got plenty of time, all the time in the world, looking good on the wing, and now you're getting your head stuck in there, man. Unlucky.
Speaking of hookers, Taylor, we heard you made an appearance on this man Andrew Quattrin's podcast, the Flat Top. How was that compared to your experience here, perhaps? And feel free to put us down if you need to, being Aussies.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with Q. Now, it was good to catch up with Q and do the podcast. Like, I'd listened to a few of his previous episodes. So then when he got at me to jump on, I was really keen and excited. He's one of my favorite guys in the team, and he spent a lot of time at our flat during the season, staying over there. So. It was really good to catch up with him. He's a funny man. If you know Q and you get to spend some time with him, he's really genuine, but seriously a funny man. So it was a really good time just to sit down, catch up with him, talk about my story, a little bit about him as well. So that was good. I enjoyed it.
You can watch the Flat Top or listen to the Flat Top on all good podcast providers. Shout out to Q. Thanks for joining us last week.
Yeah, the Q, man.
Conversation.
Interesting substitution in a close game like this.
Taylor, speaking of your teammates, Sammy Malcolm, the other Kiwi on the team, was subbed off at this game around this point. Talk to us about any connection that you may have with him.
I'm sure can take responsibility.
It's funny how I first met Sammy, to be fair. So, as I was saying, when I played in the Shoot Shield back in Australia, I got signed down to Melbourne with the Rebels. So that following year, he came over from New Zealand to the club that I was playing at and played 10. So he pretty much just came in and we swapped positions. So I'd go back to Sydney through the year and watch my club team and go see how they're going. And that's where I first met Sammy. He was the 10 for the team. So a couple of times I'd run waters and I ran the kicking tee for him. So that's how I first really got to know Sammy. And then obviously once I was looking to sign over here and knew he was here, it was probably made it a bit easier.
Take 3 points.
Who's the better goal kicker?
Hey, man, I'm not going to go against myself, but that boy's got a boot. He hardly missed this year, but if we're having a comp, I'm going to say me. I can't not.
Look, hey, we might not be able to play any games this year, but do you think we could get a Sam Malcolm versus Taylor Adams kicking competition? I'm sure we can do that. We could do that with social distancing.
We could spark that up somehow or get that going, I'm sure.
All right, let us know if you on YouTube chat if you want to see that happen. If you want to see the kicking competition, I will set that up personally. I will run the tees. And I will pick the 2 trees you have to kick between because I don't know where I'm going to focus. Maybe I'll head out to Fletcher's Field. I'll give Scott, we still got Kevin's number. We'll give him a shout. We'll tell him we're out. Taylor, I got another question for you from Joanne. Thank you, Joanne, for joining us. Which player in the world would you most likely like to be compared to with your style of play?
Not sure what he said to the ATL front row just yet.
That's a tough one. It's a very good question.
She didn't mention which sport either, so you could pick.
I'm not like a current player. Maybe something like Richie Mo'unga and Bodie Barrett. Maybe without the speed of Bodie Barrett, obviously, but some of those things. Those are probably like. Especially probably Richie Mo'unga. Like I think I like the way how he plays. Like as a current player, he's attacking. He can kick, pass, run, but he also knows how to just control the game when he has to. So yeah, he's probably someone that I like to watch. That's plays sort of similar to how I like to look at it.
Another try for Toronto.
Scott, maybe just walk us back through that play.
And they make it on in.
Well, Taylor, how about you talk to us about it? Because that was a pretty fancy move you put there on the outside to put the winger in.
Yeah, we were lucky. I don't even know what happened or why it went right originally, but we had a few cracks at a scrum, and I think, as I said earlier, every time we have a scrum, especially in that position, it's probably the hardest position in the field to defend. So we always feel like we're on and we're a good chance, and I don't even know what happened there and how we ended up going right, but it just came back to me, and it was probably just more of a reaction than anything, just to bounce on the outside to set Leo up.
That was a classic no-look pass there from Taylor Adams. Like, you've just thrown that without looking.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a bad habit of mine, maybe. Some might say a bad habit, some might say good skill, but by the sort. I'm always going to try chuck it probably, so, you just got to take it.
And we should give the take some credit too. Leandro, that was quite a take there to stick his arm out, and I'm not sure what was better, the take or the pass, but I think we can agree they were both great. So you're kicking goals at this point, I believe, Taylor.
Yeah, I think this is my first one that I end up kicking for the. This is the first one that I kick. So Sammy's off by now. to be fair, I was ready to run back to halfway and have a break, that get my breather in. But yeah, I didn't realise Samuel was off, to be fair.
Toronto up by 10 now.
Clearly, the cameraman wasn't a big fan of it because he didn't even capture it on film.
No, he didn't want to get me on there kicking a goal from the sideline. Sad fella. Hey.
We will have something to ask you about one of your other kicks at goal in this game, though, because there was quite a little humorous incident that happened. But we'll save that maybe for about 10 minutes' time.
Now, I've got a question for you while we're in a little bit of downtime here, while the boys are having a sucking in some air. Now, Taylor, this week there was a rugby skills challenge that the rugby shop was involved in, and you were tossing the football. What were you trying to hit there? A Coke can?
Yeah, it was just a Coke can. Like it wasn't anything planned. Like we were just having literally a barbecue around the other at our house the other night with the boys, and we just put it up, and it wasn't intentionally for that skills challenge. It just we were throwing the ball around. We made a couple of videos, and then they asked if I could send it through. So that's how it got there. If I'd known when it was going, I probably would have done something a bit better. But at least I hit it, I guess.
I did see another challenge involved, and I'm glad you said there was a party on, because I did notice the bottle of wine underneath the Coke as well. But yeah, there was
That's crucial.
Now you got Jamie McKenzie and Ben Lesage. If I'm not wrong, they both live with Dan Moore. Is that correct? They all live in the same spot. Now, I didn't see Dan in this video, but Ben copped a sweet one in the back of the head. And Cindy, if you're watching, was really impressed that it didn't mess up his hair. Who do you think in the team, and maybe it is Ben, who takes the most care of their hair? I found that very interesting. Who's really got it on point?
Takes the most care, I reckon. It'd nearly have to be Dan, I reckon, just because of those locks. Like, that's long, luscious, like, you know, they're shiny. Like, compare his to Rumble's. Like, you know, they ain't even on the same planet. So, probably he probably takes the most care. But, you know, Benny and J-Mac, they always like a fresh cut. Richie was up there as well. He always liked to try to get one every week if he could. But he was on big money, so he could afford it.
And who's cutting your hair? Or the people in your spot's hair right now? Because I'm wearing hats full time. I don't know. You're looking pretty sharp here.
Head injury,
nah, to be fair, we're lucky. We've got a guy that we know that comes around and cuts our hair. So I had to wait probably. I went with maybe like 4 weeks without a haircut, which is like my longest in like 3 years. Like that's probably no lie. So I managed to get one a couple of weeks ago, so it felt good to freshen up a bit. Not that I've got anywhere to go, but you know, it's still nice.
We've got to be on this show.
I lost a bit of hair this week, actually. Maybe Scott didn't even notice. I shaved off the bad goatee. It's gone.
Dan Moore.
Good riddance.
Now.
Tries entering the week.
Taylor, I know your time in Toronto has been quite limited by the sounds of it. You've had to live through the winter, which we're finally coming out of now. But tell us, what do you like about Toronto?
For me, it's just been, I think, the lifestyle and that. Like, it's been chill. I like the people here. And it's just been really easy to, like, I guess, in general with the team and everything, just to fit in. You know, it doesn't feel like I'm a world away, or I don't feel like I'm out of place, or it's not a place I can't call home, sort of thing. So I think it's just, I really enjoy just being how comfortable I felt here, and the people, and just, yeah, the lifestyle is pretty easy going, but it's still a big city where there's lots happening and everything going. So, you know, I've really enjoyed it so far.
And you would have run into some Canadian rugby players back in New Zealand as well, like in your early days. I noticed the first Canadians I ever met were actually involved in BC rugby. It was a guy that went to our school. His dad became a coach for the Brumbies on a home swap sort of situation. I guess you'd run into Canadians in New Zealand from the rugby point of view?
Friday, they'll see the
honestly, I hadn't met too many Canadians before coming here. I mean, probably there was, to be fair, the one rugby player that was Canadian I did meet before I came over here was just a young fella who was playing in like the Colts in Sydney, who had come over for a gap year from Canada to play So to be fair, I hadn't heard much, seen much, met many people from Canada that had played rugby. So that's probably why it was a bit of a surprise for me to sign with Toronto, but also why I was so excited to come over, just because I knew so little about everything.
Well, you're in for a treat if we can get any semblance of a summer that we normally get in Toronto, because clearly it's tough times for everyone right now, but summer in Toronto is totally different to winter. I think you'll really enjoy it, but hopefully you get to enjoy it, because I know right now we're not spending a lot of time outside, but hopefully that changes in the next month or two.
Yeah, I've heard so many good things about summer, and that I just need to stay waited out because it's worth it and it's that good. So hopefully the next few weeks or months, some things start to open up, the weather starts to get better and starts to get warmer, and I can stay here a bit longer and get to experience some of those things.
Taser, do you mind if I call you Taser?
Taser, go for it.
I originally called you Tazer, and then Dan Moore pulled me up, said I'd got that wrong.
That's right, a lot of people do it.
Well, you do spell it Tazer, if I was to defend myself. How was the experience playing for the under-20 All Blacks in the 2013 Junior World Championship in France?
The ATL defense.
Yeah, that was really special for me. I wasn't in the New Zealand system coming up and through high school and that, and it was just after high school I got an opportunity with Major League 𝐓𝐡𝐞, obviously, and then so that just put me in a good position to go into that 20s camp, and I was around some unreal players. Like my captain was 𝐓𝐡𝐞 𝐂𝐤𝐬𝐬, and so just being around those guys, you could see even then at that age that they were going to be someone, and you could see they had that little something special. So for me, just to be kind of out of the blue, just playing rugby at high school, playing some club rugby, to get thrown into the under-20s, get to go to the World Cup to France and be around these guys, it was amazing for me, and it was something that I'll always cherish, and I'll look back on it and always say, what a good time that was.
Taylor, I saw that you played in New Zealand for Southland. Why don't you just talk to the people who don't know exactly where that is in the world, because it's quite a long way south, as the name would suggest.
Yeah, you can't go too much further than where I was down in Invercargill and playing with the Stags. Like you're literally at the bottom of the country. So it's only a small little town. It's got maybe like 50,000 people. Probably it's got a couple of nightclubs, and they double up as restaurants during the day, early evening. So, and it was pretty cold there, to be fair. That was a big shock for me when I first moved from Auckland down to there. I thought that was cold. So, then coming here, I realized that wasn't really cold, and that wasn't really a winter. But it's a different place in Invercargill. It's a good place though. Morgan Mitchell, who was with us last year, he's from down in Gore, down in Southland. So, it was a really good place for me to probably go down and learn and find myself a little bit when I was young. I got to go out, go hunting, learn a bit of the country. I was from the city, so, get a bit of that countryside in me.
Get the charge run this season. Knocked it on in contact.
Big thanks to Derek for joining us in the first half, enjoying the questions. Derek, if you've got some questions for Taylor, feel free to send them across. This half really kind of exploded for the team. I was up having a few beers with a couple of young ladies who hadn't actually been to more than 2 rugby matches to this match. The Atlanta really puts on quite a game day. They had no idea what was happening in the match, but having an absolute fantastic time up in the stands there. But this second half, I mean, you can hear the crowd. They start to die down a little bit. Taylor, you're really taking the lead on this. Where does that momentum come from when you start beating a team in their home field?
I think it starts it's a little bit cliche, but up front with the forwards. We were really lucky. We had a very strong set piece and scrum throughout our whole season, so that gave us a really good platform to launch off, and we got a lot of penalties and a lot of go forward off the forwards and off that. And I think a lot of our games, we were the most physical side in it, and that really gave us a good point when we were down or behind on the scoreboard. We knew one big shot or something like that could lift the energy and just change it. And I think, especially in this game, we're lucky that we played in the right parts of the field early on, and I think we kind of tired them out a bit, because they had to do so much defending. Although we didn't score a lot of tries or points, they still had to burn energy and defend. So I think that probably helped us out towards the end of this match.
Now your halves partner here is about to be yellow carded. How does your game then have to change, Taylor, when your halfback or scrum half gets put in the bin?
Yeah, it's a crucial position, I guess. So for me, in this situation, we probably were just going to all drop one in. I was going to go to halfback. We can get Giuseppe or someone to come in at first receiver. I guess the biggest thing is just in these situations is control and making sure that we don't lose too much shape, because Ferg's our 9 and he's controlling that area and our shape with our forwards. We don't want to lose too much of that structure. So that's probably the biggest thing in these situations, just to make sure that we know our roles and then we've got to be even more switched on with being one man down.
Got the quick try right after that.
There was a bit of contention over that decision, actually, because I think at one point the commentators thought it was Rumble that was going to go for the yellow card, and then Ferguson had to cop it, I think, for a shoulder charge. So
yeah, I think it was for that shoulder charge there, or grass cut, as we used to call it.
The quick ball.
A grass cut.
Yeah, if back in school, that's a grass cut, because you're straight cutting the grass, you're getting low, you're not using your arms, you're diving head first with your shoulders, taking them clean, straight at the shins.
It's also cutting your grass when somebody comes in and talks to the girl you're chatting to in the night. Right?
There's definitely cutting some grass.
Elliot did that a few times to me back in the day.
I was DJing, I wasn't talking to anyone.
Maybe a try.
Here comes ATL, and they're in.
ATL.
And to your point, Ross, taking the opportunity well. As they have 5.
So Atlanta's just gone over here, Taylor. Are you guys sort of a bit worried at this point that you're down to 14 and there's 10 minutes to go and the lead is rapidly decreasing?
I don't think we're worried. It's just a matter of us being in control and staying composed. I think in these situations, you could hear as soon as they scored, their crowd started cheering, everyone gets loud, and they start to feed off that. So I think it's the opposite for us. They want to keep it, they want to speed it up and keep that high energy, where for us, that's fine. They've scored, we're still in the lead. We've got control. We just want to slow it down and be able to take the game at our pace. Which I think we managed to do well here. I think we kicked deep and we managed to keep them inside that their own half for this last sort of 10 or 8 to 10 minutes.
Talk to us about your kicking game, Taylor, because from what we've seen so far, it's really a big strength of your game. How much time do you spend working on it?
Pretty much after every training session, I'll be kicking, whether it's goal kicking or punting. To be fair, I don't spend a lot of time on it where I'm there for half an hour, whatever. A lot of it for me is just repetition and getting in rhythm, and it's a feel thing for me. A lot of my reps probably and learning that technique probably came earlier on, when I was younger. But for me, it's a lot about feel and about touch. So it's just making sure I get enough during the week, that I'm confident when I go into the game and know that I'm hitting them well, that I've got my ball drop right, and I'm hitting good.
Getting some momentum like they did a week ago via a card.
Ferguson off. Arrow's going to have to go with Raleigh Donardo, the 5'5" scrum half. You can see him there, number 21.
So we're into the last 10 minutes here. El, what were you thinking at this point of this game? You got up early to fly to Atlanta. It's 10 to go. You're obviously hoping to see an Arrows win in your first ever away game that you've been to.
I was starting to get actually chirped at this point as we,
they're looking for the high tackle, but
I think we're pushing pretty strongly. I think Atlanta knew it. I was cheering. I was getting yelled at by the people I was hanging around, all rugby people, all Rugby ATL people. No, look, it was really good match while we were there, and it just reminds me of the beauty of sort of, it still felt like grassroots rugby, you know, like there's a whole bunch of people who went to this game, the people I chatted to along the way, whether I was in a line to get some food or a drink, or everyone was there, had just fallen in love with the match. And we're talking recently, like, you know, it took a couple of weeks to figure out what it was. They came down for the spectacle, which is MLR, and they've walked away really happy. I was super lucky. I went for a bit of a walk. You'll see there was a couple of shipping containers at the back there where they have their the DJ and the announcers and all that. I actually wandered past there, accidentally walked into the VIP area when two girls told me that I had to head in the other direction. So I went by and I chatted to the guys who are running the game day there, and you know, they've got rugby blogs. They're excited. They're doing everything they can to spread the word of rugby in a.
Hang on a sec, El. We should just stop you for a second there. Taylor, what happened there? Because you just got told off by the referee.
Yeah, I was just trying to be cheeky. I'm just trying to get, you know, just trying to make the kick a bit easier. I think every kicker does it with those long range ones, but it was a bit hard because as soon as I moved it, I was copying it from the supporters in that sideline. Like, it was as if there was 10,000 of them yelling at me, "I'm a cheater, I'm this, I'm that." So it was crazy. It was crazy. They were honestly loud and going nuts. So yeah, I probably it was a bit hard to get away with that one.
Put some pressure on ATL.
Cheeky.
Talk us through this kick, because it's a pretty long kick.
Yeah, to be fair, I should have got it. Like, I hit it well and I cleared it easy. I just pushed it to the left. I usually know with longer kicks, I try to aim like just a bit more to the right than I usually would with a normal kick, just because I'm trying to put a bit more into it. And you know, that one I just didn't give it enough breathing space really, and I hit it really good, but yeah, nearly too good, and just managed to pull it to the left.
We saw Kurt Coleman substituted in the last game against.
You think Sammy Malcolm would have kicked that?
Yeah, he would have got it. Sammy would have got it. He's a pretty funny, eh?
Like I said, it's like we're down the pub right now. Question for you.
I wish we were.
How much is getting the bonus point on everyone's mind?
Out of play for.
To be honest, it doesn't play a lot on my mind throughout the game. Maybe once we start to get further on in the game, but a lot of it I'm just going in there trying to score. Like, I'm trying to get 4 tries and 5 tries no matter what, you know. So in my mindset, I'm not really thinking about a bonus point. I'm just thinking about how we're going to best get up the field or best put ourselves in the spot to score. But I guess as we come down to it, like especially late, we didn't get to it this year, but later in the season, those bonus points do become crucial. So when you start to head to the back end of the season, you know, that's when you do start to think about it a little more, heading into a game maybe for for and against or whatever it may be. But I know for us, and especially at this stage of the season, we weren't too concerned about it. Obviously, they help, but we were just more focused on, first and foremost, getting the win.
El, I rudely interrupted your story there before about your end-of-game experience, but I remember you shared a story about the dinner that you attended with the team after this game.
Yeah, the dinner is, that's the first time I'd been in the room, and Taser, you can speak to this, where the teams pick their player of the match and they sit down, they have a meal with each other. I just think it's one of the more special things in sports to see two teams come together after a huge battle and recognise who done the job out there on the day.
Yeah, well, I think that's something that's you know, special to our sport. There's not too many sports or places around the world you can go to, try and beat each other up, literally kill each other, tell them they're useless, they're no good, whatever it may be on the field, and then come off, have a feed together, have a drink, you know, and be mates. So I think that's something that's really special to our game. And I know ever since I've been involved, that's what's happening from when I was a little kid, you know, and I go watch my dad play to high school to coming through, you know, there's always an after-match, bears, you know, player of the match, and that mutual respect.
Now, after the great dinner and the food provided by Rugby ATL, everybody kind of went their own way. That evening, obviously, I was up early in the morning. I had to get some late-night food, and there was a Bojangles right next to the hotel. Did you end up going to Bojangles?
Yeah, we hit Bojangles a couple of times.
I honestly felt like I'd gone into an episode of True Blood or something. That was a very odd place.
Random spot, like it was just like on that corner where there's nothing really around it. The server across the road, our hotel, but no, we did hit it up a couple of times.
That was so it's a fried chicken place for anyone who doesn't know. It's basically the chicken's just covered in, I guess, cornflakes is the best I could come up with. It's the crunchiest sort of chicken. I made the mistake. I was lying in bed, you know that moment when you're like, I could eat right now, and I went for it, and it was a bad idea to eat that much chicken at the end of the night. But shout out to the Bojangles crew. They made me laugh. I felt like I'd literally slipped into a TV show down there. They cracked me up. As we come into the last few minutes here.
Broadcaster jinx from Ross, and it's knocked free by Coleman.
How much can mistakes ruin your day at the end of the match?
ATL there.
Seriously, like this was probably the one point in the game where I thought, man, that mistake could be massive for us. Like I think just with the time of the game, the score, and we had a couple of cracks at the scrum and they'd been pulled up, or it had been stopped. So I think that was a really crucial time. But as I said, we're lucky we've got such a good set piece, scrum set piece, that they really they were the backbone for us, and they managed to keep us in it. Especially in situations like these, I think we managed to get the ball back, and we come back and end up scrumming again for the last couple of minutes. So. They can be costly, especially in those. I think rugby is all about little moments, and I think that could have been a little moment there. And if something had happened and we had lost, that's something we might have gone back to look at. But thankfully, as we said, our scrum would dominate, and we ended up getting another penalty there.
This should be an easy 3 points.
Who makes the decision whether to shoot at goal or take a scrum at this point? Is that Dan Moore?
Yeah, that's Dan. That's on the captain. It's on the captain, the leaders. I think Rumble was captaining at this point, and on the kicker as well. I think for us, the discussions at this point is like if we kick off, it only puts us up by 6. They get to kick deep, put us back in our side of the field. And for me, my thinking in here, there's like 2.5 minutes, knowing our scrum, how good it is, we're going to be dominant. I think we can eat that 2 minutes up, and they've got to go 95 meters and score. If they want to score, they've got to go a length of the field instead of 30 meters. So I think we handled the situation really well, and as I've said, it helps when we can rely on our scrum. But I just think at this point of the game, it was a good decision just to try hold the ball in and force them to go to the length. Force them into a turnover, or to make us to make a turnover, and them to go the length of the field.
We'll let you talk us through this play when this ball eventually comes out, because there's a nice little finish to this game for the Arrows.
Another 30 seconds off the clock. We'll see what happens. Maybe it's just the cynic in me. Oh.
Yeah, there's a couple of these. Couple of scrum forwards, man, they love it, honestly. These props, they're special.
It's called milking the clock, I think.
Yeah, we didn't need it. We were going to score. I could already feel it. We didn't need to milk it.
Losing light on this game real quick, aren't we?
On the road. SN, you can catch that at East Cobb Tavern, formerly known as Keegan's.
We asked Derek the question before, but
make sure you head to East Cobb Tavern.
We're going to take the cup this year.
Yeah, it's hard not to think that we had a really good chance at it. I think the way we were going, we hadn't even played put together a full 80 minutes or really played our best rugby at times and showed all of our shape and what we could do. But I think we had a really good chance at taking bringing home the shield.
Try time again for the Arrows, and this will put this one away as they go up by.
Maybe these props know what they're doing after all.
Yeah, thank God for the props, eh? Where would we be without them?
Was that another assist there from you, Taylor?
Yeah, that one was. We were lucky there. That was just we had a 3v2 pretty much, or it was a 3-on-3, but one of those defenders, he's on a half. It's pretty hard to defend there, so we didn't have to do too much. It was pretty simple for us there, just through the hands.
Oh, did somebody knock over the ref too?
Yeah, I think it was when Manu went to pass the ball, like a bit of a matrix move to get out of the way.
The old
Two ATL
Hugo
players
weaving.
collapsed
Yeah.
on the inside man, and Miera strolled it. That's a costly try for ATL.
Username Steves.
They lose the
Great
bonus point
username
now.
there.
Just a bit of
He's
indiscipline
pumped. Great finish to the game.
at the scrum, and that'll do it.
Any shout outs you want to give, Taylor, to anyone before we finish up here today?
I just want to say, I guess, hi to all my family back home. Mum, Dad, my sisters, and my nephews and nieces, and my boy Richie back in Oz. I'm missing him over here. I'm by myself now. He stranded me. So, what up to my boy Rich?
Oh, Richie's gone back home.
Yeah, he's back in Aussie now. So he's back in
Brisbane.
Yeah, he's been back there for. So he did his quarantine for 2 weeks in the hotel. He survived that. I don't know how, but he got through it, and yeah, he's just been back with family and that now.
Well, we send our best out to you, Richie. My folks are in Cooperoo. Maybe you want to drop by and say g'day. Jay Logan says, thanks, Arrows. So nice to remember happier times. Well, look, the happiest time of my week is 4 o'clock on a Saturday. Scott, your thoughts about today, this great game in Atlanta?
Well, I know that it's just about to come down with the rain outside here. So, look, it was a great win. It was solid. I thought in the second half, the Arrows, when they made those forwards changes, were just totally dominant in the scrum. And of course, Taylor, his kicking game was on point as always. Sorry for ribbing you about that kicker goal, Taylor. I thought you had a great game.
Nah, you got to. I love it.
Makes it feel like he's at home.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be a Canadian resident if I didn't say sorry.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
It's on the test. It's on the test. Well, look, everyone, a big shout out to Taylor for joining us today. We really appreciate your time, mate. Thank you for joining us. And, Scott was right. The rain is really starting to fall here, at least where we are near Hyde Park. Taylor, absolutely awesome to chat to you today. Thanks. And hopefully we can count on you to jump back in for another chat on the 2020 game we have this year.
Always got me. Appreciate you guys for having me, and appreciate everyone for tuning in.
Thank you, everyone, for being involved today. I've got a very special interview that I did earlier this week with Nick Daniels. Some of you who know Rugby Ontario, the Aurora Barbarians will know this man very well. Nick is an integral part of what goes on in behind the scenes and coaching the younger teams. So I had a lovely chat with him earlier. Before I throw to that, as our final piece today, once again, Scott, thank you very much for joining me for this awesome game that we had in Atlanta with the Arrows winning 28-18. What a second half. Scott, you there?
I am. I thought you were cutting to the video. No, great game. I wish I was there. I wish I was there. It was another great Arrows win, and we look forward to dipping into the archive in future weeks.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for joining us. Next week, we've got a very special game that'll be announced this week. Thank you to Derek Brissett for joining us. Thank you to Pete Smith, and of course, Taylor Adams. George Killebrew came in for the interview a couple of weeks ago, the MLR Commissioner. And now I leave you with a lovely conversation with Nick Daniels. Thank you for joining us today.
Nick Daniels. I'm involved currently with the Aurora Barbarians Club. I've been with them for a number of years, probably 8 to 10 years. My main role is coaching. I run the junior girls program. I still put the boots on once in a while if they're desperate and they need someone to fill in for their 2s or 3s. And I'm also coaching at the regional level with the Niagara Rugby Union in the 7s program, and with Rugby Ontario in the 7s and the 15s at the under 16 girls level. And I dabble in some high school coaching, and then also with the Canadian Misfits team as well. I started in Burlington. I started playing rugby in high school in Burlington, and I immediately went out to the Burlington Centaurs as a junior. And I stayed with the Burlington Centaurs through my childhood and until I was a young adult. I went to McMaster University and captained the McMaster team there. Very fond memories of Burlington Centaurs, great club. Still have a lot of good close friends there. I did move around the province a bit. I moved on to the Yeomen, it's a Toronto-based team. And from there, I tried to retire and moved to Georgetown and ended up with the North Halton Highlanders. Ended up playing with them for a little while, and then when I went back to school for a bit and moved up to Jacksonsport, where I am now. Did a year at the Brock Rugby Club and have some good friends there still, and there was a bit of a hiatus from playing. We had young kids, and then when my middle daughter started playing rugby in Aurora, I went out to the Aurora Rugby Club, and I've been with them ever since. I started coaching there and playing a bit myself. So been to a few clubs and moved around the province a bit. Back to the yeoman days. I was with the yeoman from 92 through 96, and we won the McCormick Cup 3 years straight and the league title in the same 3 years. So I think we're still the only team to win the triple-double in Ontario. So it was a fantastic experience to be a part of that team and be able to say we were the top team in the province for 3 years. I would say just to play the game as much as you can. So get involved at the school level. You know, play your 15s, play your 7s at the school level. Join a club. Play as much as you can. Get your hands on the ball as much as you can, and develop your skills. And then ideally join the program, which is Rugby Ontario's development program in the winter academy training, and just keep getting access to better coaching and more touches on the ball, and just play as much as you can, and learn the game and get a love for the game. Be prepared to work hard and put an effort into it, and go to training and do extra work on the side. The game getting bigger, stronger, faster. So if you're going to play at a higher level, you need to be hitting the weights. You need to be lifting the weights and doing the running on the side. So just work hard, figure out how to play as a team member, and be committed to to the sport. Oh, I think it's been fantastic. I mean, when I was playing as a kid, I mean, we had Team Ontario, which wasn't called the Blues back then, but it was Team Ontario. I had the fortune of playing under 19. It didn't happen under 15, under 17. I started at under 19. I played that for a couple of years under 21, but there was nothing to strive for after the men's Blues team. There was no professional rugby. I'm old enough that I can remember when the whole game was not professional. So there was nothing to strive for other than playing club and maybe playing for your province, your country. I think that's where the Southern Hemisphere and the European teams, the UK, have leapfrogged and gone well ahead, as they've had a professional outfit that the young kids could strive toward playing professionally, and now we're doing that in North America. That's going to close the gap, and I think it's fantastic. Get out into the schools, get the club members to go to their school, start a program in their local school, and get girls and guys to love the game and want to join the club, and then just start off the school level, the club level, and then build from there. Wow, being an Aurora Barbarian, I've got to go with the Barbarian players. You got Paul Cellini, you got Jack McRogers, you got Andrew Quattrin. So I'm going to say that's a three-way tie between those guys.